Next match on court number 3, ADN Muhammad Jazim versus Emma Mariam George 2. Love all. The court awaits. ADN Muhammad Jazim and Emma Mariam George are locked in. Game, on fire. ADN Muhammad Jazim vs Emma Mariam George. 1. Love. Challenge mode. ADN Muhammad Jazim facing Emma Mariam George. 2. Love. ADN Muhammad Jazim finding consistency now. ADN Muhammad Jazim building nicely, with consecutive points. 1, 2. The feel exquisite. The charisma magnetic. 3, 1. ADN Muhammad Jazim in overdrive. 2, 3. Full power ADN Muhammad Jazim. Wave after wave from ADN Muhammad Jazim. 4, 2. ADN Muhammad Jazim, unstoppable. The momentum has swung towards ADN Muhammad Jazim. 5, 2. ADN Muhammad Jazim getting into a rhythm. ADN Muhammad Jazim building nicely, with consecutive points. 3, 5. Flow going to ADN Muhammad Jazim. The surge from ADN Muhammad Jazim. 4, 5. Emma Mariam George getting into a rhythm. 5 all. Emma Mariam George stringing points together. Emma Mariam George finding consistency now. 6, 5. That's in a row. Emma Mariam George, on fire. 7, 5. Points unanswered. Emma Mariam George dominating. 6, 7. Pure control from Emma Mariam George. Emma Mariam George, on the charge. 8, 6. The wave belongs to Emma Mariam George. The energy shift is palpable. Emma Mariam George surging. 7, 8. Emma Mariam George surging ahead. Eight all. ADN Muhammad Jazim stringing points together. Nice sequence from ADN Muhammad Jazim. ADN Muhammad Jazim gathering steam. 9, 8. Great momentum for ADN Muhammad Jazim, at this crucial stage. The momentum monster. ADN Muhammad Jazim. 9 all. Pure momentum ADN Muhammad Jazim. ADN Muhammad Jazim commanding now. 10, 9. ADN Muhammad Jazim in cruise control. The wave belongs to ADN Muhammad Jazim. 10 all. They're locked in combat. Neither flinching. 11, 10. Pure competitive fire. This is incredibly close. Both players refusing to give an inch. This is epic stuff. Neither backing away. Brilliant, badminton from both sides. Twelve, 10. Nice sequence from Emma Mariam George. Good run for Emma Mariam George. 13, 10. Nice sequence from Emma Mariam George. 11, 13. Both digging so deep. (14, 11). Absolutely dominant. Emma Mariam George. Emma Mariam George, unstoppable. 12, 14. The battle intensifies. 13, 14. Good run for ADN Muhammad Jazim. ADN Muhammad Jazim building nicely, with consecutive points. 15, 13. Evenly poised. Fantastic. (14, 15). Incredible, competitive spirit. Neither backing away. 16, 14. Magnificent, sport. (15, 16). They're going toe-to-toe. What a battle. 17, 15. The fight goes on. Absolutely captivating. (16, 17). The scores are tied. Who will break through? They're matching each other shot for shot. 17 all. ADN Muhammad Jazim clicking into gear. Good run for ADN Muhammad Jazim. (18, 17). They're matching each other shot for shot. They're pushing each other. (18 all). The scores are tied. Who will break through? They're inseparable. Pure adrenaline. 19, 18. Huge moment. Critical point. 19 all. The tension won't break. What competitive spirit. 20, 19. ADN Muhammad Jazim within touching distance. 21, 19. Could change everything. Critical. Love all. Drama awaits. ADN Muhammad Jazim vs Emma Mariam George. 1. Love. ADN Muhammad Jazim finding consistency now. Consecutive points for ADN Muhammad Jazim. 1 all. Fantastic communication clear. 2, 1. ADN Muhammad Jazim looking confident and composed. ADN Muhammad Jazim showing power. 2 all. The drive from ADN Muhammad Jazim. The force is ADN Muhammad Jazim. 3, 2. The energy shift is palpable. ADN Muhammad Jazim surging. 4, 2. ADN Muhammad Jazim stringing points together. Good run for ADN Muhammad Jazim. 3, 4. The drive from ADN Muhammad Jazim. ADN Muhammad Jazim taking over. 5, 3. Pure dominance. ADN Muhammad Jazim. ADN Muhammad Jazim destroying. The surge is real. ADN Muhammad Jazim. ADN Muhammad Jazim looking confident and composed. 4, 5. ADN Muhammad Jazim in the groove. Full steam ADN Muhammad Jazim. 6, 4. Can anyone stop ADN Muhammad Jazim now? ADN Muhammad Jazim playing, with confidence. Gaining steam. ADN Muhammad Jazim. 5, 6. Emma Mariam George taking over. Seven, 5. ADN Muhammad Jazim in beast mode. Pure control from ADN Muhammad Jazim. 8, 5. ADN Muhammad Jazim clicking into gear. Six, 8. ADN Muhammad Jazim turning up the pressure. Pure dominance. ADN Muhammad Jazim. 7, 8. Emma Mariam George getting into a rhythm. 8 all. Emma Mariam George finding consistency now. Emma Mariam George building nicely, with consecutive points. 9, 8. Emma Mariam George cannot be stopped, straight. What a streak. Emma Mariam George, with consecutive 9 all. Great momentum for Emma Mariam George, at this crucial stage. Pure momentum Emma Mariam George. 10, 9. ADN Muhammad Jazim stringing points together. ADN Muhammad Jazim finding consistency now. Nice sequence from ADN Muhammad Jazim. 11, 9. 12, 9. ADN Muhammad Jazim building nicely, with consecutive points. ADN Muhammad Jazim finding consistency now. 13, 9. That's in a row. ADN Muhammad Jazim, on fire. 14, 9. Points unanswered. ADN Muhammad Jazim dominating. Outstanding run. ADN Muhammad Jazim, with straight points. 10, 14. The wave crashes. ADN Muhammad Jazim. ADN Muhammad Jazim absolutely flying. 15, 10. Peak form ADN Muhammad Jazim. 16, 10. ADN Muhammad Jazim stringing points together. Good run for ADN Muhammad Jazim. 17, 10. Consecutive points for ADN Muhammad Jazim. ADN Muhammad Jazim, on a little run here. 18, 10. Outstanding run. ADN Muhammad Jazim, with straight points. ADN Muhammad Jazim surging ahead, with straight points. 11, 18. ADN Muhammad Jazim lighting it up. 12, 18. Emma Mariam George building nicely, with consecutive points. Emma Mariam George finding consistency now. 13, 18. 12, 18. Full throttle Emma Mariam George. 19, 12. ADN Muhammad Jazim getting into a rhythm. 20, 12. ADN Muhammad Jazim has the chance to seal victory here. History beckons. ADN Muhammad Jazim at match point. 13, 20. ADN Muhammad Jazim has the chance to seal victory here. (14, 20). Just 1 point. Match point. The pressure. ADN Muhammad Jazim, serving for the match. 15, 20. Just 1 point. Match point. The moment of truth. ADN Muhammad Jazim 1 shot away. 16, 20. ADN Muhammad Jazim has the chance to seal victory here. The moment of truth. ADN Muhammad Jazim 1 shot away. 21, 16. ADN Muhammad Jazim within touching distance of victory. It all comes down to this match. Next match on court number 3, Jonah Joby and Sanjananakulan 1, versus Elwin Benish and Mohit Arajavelu. love all. We're underway. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan and Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Ara. The Maelstrom. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan and Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu, incredible. Let's witness greatness. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan and Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu begin. The Eternal. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan vs Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu timeless. Peak performance time. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan facing Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu. The Titanic. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan and Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu. Gigantic battle. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan facing Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu. The shuttlecock is in play. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan and Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu begin their duel. Let the games begin. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan takes, on Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu. It's time. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan vs Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu, this should be good. The moment arrives. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan and Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu clash. Court is live. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan vs Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu. 2. Love. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan stringing points together. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan getting into a rhythm. 3. Love. Good run for Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan. 1, 3. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan rolling now. 4, 1. Early firepower from Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan. Early excellence. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan, brilliant. 2, 4. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan, on the charge. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjan Anakulan taking over. 3, 4. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu building nicely, with consecutive points. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu clicking into gear. 4 all. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu gathering steam. 5, 4. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu pressing hard. 5 all. The rhythm is, with Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu. Everything going Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu's way right now. 6, 5. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu getting into a rhythm. 7, 5. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu, on a little run here. 8, 5. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu cannot be stopped, straight. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 6, 8. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Arajavelu lighting it up. Full steam Elwin Benish, and Mohit Rajavelu. Elwin Benish, and Mohit Rajavelu in beast mode. 7, 8. Consecutive points for Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan clicking into gear. 8 all. Nice sequence from Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan finding consistency now. 9, 8. Unstoppable, run by Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan, points. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan cannot be stopped, straight. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan surging ahead, with straight points. 10, 8. That's in a row. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan, on fire. What a streak. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan, with consecutive 9, 10. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan seizing control of this set. 11, 9. Twelve, 9. The force multiplies. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan. The force awakens. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan finding form. 13, 9. Good run for Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan getting into a rhythm. 10, 13. Pure class from Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan. The momentum has swung towards Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan. 14, 10. The tide has turned. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan in command. Relentless pressure. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan. 15, 10. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan building nicely, with consecutive points. 11, 15. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan, on a mission. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan stepping up the intensity. 16, 11. Jonah Joby, and Sanjana Nakulan, on a roll, finding their rhythm. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan in beast mode. 12, 16. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan ruthless. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan rampaging. 13, 16. Nice sequence from Elwin Benish, and Mohit Arajavelu. 17, 13. Pure class from Elwin Benish, and Mohit Arajavelu. Great momentum for Elwin Benish, and Mohit Arajavelu, at this crucial stage. 18, 13. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan getting into a rhythm. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan clicking into gear. 19, 13. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan stringing points together. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan, on a little run here. 14, 19. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan absolutely flying. 20, 14. This could be it. Game point Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan. Set point for Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan, can they close it out? 21, 14. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan just 1 point from taking this set. Love all. Remarkable beginning. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan facing Elwin Benish, and the challenge unleashed. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan and Elwin Benish, and Mohit Arajavelu. Venerated venue. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan facing Elwin Benish, and Mohit Arajavelu. Pure strategy effective. 1-all. Pure adrenaline pumping. Pure calm under pressure. 2-1. Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan, on a little run here. Good run for Jonah Joby, and Sanjan Anakulan. 3-1. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan gathering steam. 4-1. What a streak! Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan, with consecutive. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan surging ahead, with straight points. 5-1. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan surging ahead, with straight points. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan cannot be stopped, straight. 2-5. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan imposing their will early. Early brilliance displayed. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan, wow. 6-2. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan driving ahead hard. 7-2. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan clicking into gear. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan, on a little run here. 3-7. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan setting the agenda now. Powerful opening by Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan. 8-3. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan, on fire. The momentum train. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan. 9-3. Nice sequence from Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan. 10-3. Good run for Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan. 11-3. Four, 11. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan has found another gear. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan pressing advantage. Full power Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan. 12-4. Pure momentum Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan. The wave belongs to Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan. 13-4. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan, on a little run here. Nice sequence from Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan getting into a rhythm. 5-13. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan rampaging. The energy shift is palpable. Jonah Joby, and Sanjananakulan surging. 6-13. Elwin Benish, and Mohit Rajavelu getting into a rhythm. 7-13. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Rajavelu clicking into gear. Good run for Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Rajavelu. 14-7. Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Rajavelu playing, with confidence. Everything going Elwin Benish, and, Mohit Rajavelu's way right now. 15-7. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana clicking into gear. Good run for Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana 16-7. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana clicking into gear. 8-16. The force multiplies. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana 17-8. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana dominating the rallies now. The force is Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana 18-8. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana stringing points together. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana gathering steam. 19-8. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana finding consistency now. Good run for Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana 9-19. The tide has turned. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana in command. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana rolling now. Relentless from Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana 20-9. Just 1 point. Match point. This is it. Match point for Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana 21-9. Jonah Joby, and, Sanjana has the chance to seal victory here. It all comes down to this. Match point. Match 1. Next match on court number 3, Shivasankar Ariatu Jayaprakash and, Ramata Yakubu 1, versus, Adhitya and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. love all. Vortex spinning. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu facing Adhitya, let's witness greatness. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu and Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy begin. Competition ignited. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu versus Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu and Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy ready to go. Passion ignites. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu facing Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. The Hurricane. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu against Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. Court action. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu versus Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. The Titanic. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu and Adhitya, and, Sundhi. The Mammoth. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu versus Adhitya, and, Sundhi. What a matchup! Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu and Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy, let's go. 2-1. Good run for Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu. Nice sequence from Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu. 2-all. Outstanding teamwork united. 3-2. The momentum has swung towards Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu. 3-all. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu really heating up. 4-3. Full power Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu. 4-all. Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy, on the charge. Wave after wave from Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. 5-4. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu taking charge of this match. 5-all. The surge continues. Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. 6-5. Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy clicking into gear. 7-5. Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy finding consistency now. Consecutive points for Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. 8-5. Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 6-8. The energy flows. Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. The wave crashes. Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. The surge is real. Adhitya, and, Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. 7-8. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu building nicely, with consecutive points. 8-all. Nice sequence from Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu. 9-8. Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakubu rolling now. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu powering forward. 9 all. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu has found another gear. 10, 9. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu finding consistency now. 10 all. Pure adrenaline. Eleven, 10. Eleven all. Good run for Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy. Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy building nicely, with consecutive points. 12, 11. Evenly matched. Both players giving their all. Phenomenal competition. 12 all. Electric atmosphere. Dead even. (13, 12). Neither player backing down, thrilling stuff. Neither gives anything away. 13 all. The scores are tied. Who will break through? What competitive spirit! The scores stay tight. 14, 13. Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy, on a little run here. Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy stringing points together. 14 all. Sensational, badminton. So tight. The scores stay locked. 15, 14. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu stringing points together. 15 all. The scores stay tight. The tension won't break. 16, 15. Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy clicking into gear. Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy getting into a rhythm. 16 all. What a contest this is. What a nail-biter. Every shot counts. 17, 16. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu, on a little run here. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu finding consistency now. 18, 16. The pressure. Critical moment. This point could decide it. Critical. 17, 18. This is premium badminton. Point for point. What an intense battle. Neither player backing down, thrilling stuff. Eighteen all. All or nothing. Critical, point. Huge moment. Critical, point. Crunch time. Critical, point ahead. 19, 18. Both digging so deep. The scores stay locked. "19 all. Fantastic rally by rally action here. Both showing incredible heart. What a dogfight. 20, 19. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu within touching distance. The pressure is immense. Game point. 21, 19. Could be match defining. Critical. Crunch time. Critical, point ahead. Love all. Let's witness greatness. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu and Adhitya, and Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu gathering steam. 1 all. Pure instinct natural. Pure stability rock solid. Two, 1. Adhitya, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy clicking into gear. Adhitya, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy stringing points together. 2 all. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu playing, with confidence. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu in the groove. 3, 2. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramatu Yakubu clicking into gear. 3 all. Adhitya, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy taking command. Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy, on a roll, finding their rhythm. 4, 3. The energy flows. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu turning up the pressure. For all. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu, unstoppable. 5, 4. The energy shift is palpable. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu surging. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu in the zone, absolutely flying. 5 all. Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy turning up the pressure. Adhitya, and Sundhi Sudhir Shinwoy in overdrive. 6, 5. Full steam Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu. 7, 5. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu getting into a rhythm. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu finding consistency now. 8, 5. Good run for Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu. 9, 5. Unstoppable, run by Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu, points. What a streak! Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu, with consecutive outstanding run. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu, with straight points. Unstoppable, run by Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu, points. 11, 5. Twelve, 5. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu is unstoppable, right now, straight. Ruthless display from Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu, points without reply. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu cannot miss. Straight points. 14, 5. Unbelievable, streak, consecutive points for Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu. 6, 14. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu ruthless. 15, 6. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu taking flight. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu asserting dominance. 16, 6. Nice sequence from Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu stringing points together. 17, 6. Nice sequence from Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and Ramata Yakyobu. 7, 17. Full power Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu. 18, 7. The force multiplies. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu. Absolutely dominant. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu. 19, 7. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu clicking into gear. 8, 19. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu in full flow. Pure class from Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu. 20, 8. The pressure. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu, serving for the match. 9, 20. Just 1 point. Match point. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu has the chance to seal victory here. 10, 20. It all comes down to this. Match point. One point away. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu at match point. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, and, Ramata Yakyobhu within touching distance of victory. History beckons. Shivasankar Ariyatu Jaya match 1. Next match on court number 3, Mohammad Sajid and, Vipin, vs, Jatin Rawat and, Manas Behera. love all. The challenge unleashed. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin and Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera, peak performance time. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin facing Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera. First serve ready. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin and Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera prepared. It's time. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin vs Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera, this should be good. The apex awaits. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin against Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera. The quest starts. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin and Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera. The honored. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin vs Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera respect. Excellence demanded. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin vs Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera. Battle lines drawn. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin and Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera. 1-all. Nerves jangling. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin facing Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera, 2-1. Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera, on a little run here. Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera clicking into gear. 2-all. Fantastic consistency, reliable. 3-2. Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera finding form. The momentum is all, with Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera. 3-all. Great momentum for Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera, at this crucial stage. Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Behera, unstoppable, at the moment. 4-3. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. 5-3. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin clicking into gear. 6-3. Outstanding run. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin, with straight points. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 4-6. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin in command mode. 7-4. What a start. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin dominating early. 5-7. Absolutely dominant. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin in winning mode. 8-5. Relentless pressure. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. Great momentum for Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin, at this crucial stage. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin, unstoppable, at the moment. 9-5. Consecutive points for Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin building nicely, with consecutive points. 6-9. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin commanding now. 10-6. The momentum monster. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. 11-6. 7-11. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin, on a mission. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin stepping up the intensity. 12-7. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin accelerating. 8-12. Absolutely dominant. Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera. Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera dominant. 13-8. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin in beast mode. 9-13. Pure class from Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera. 14-9. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin has found another gear. Pure class from Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin dominating the rallies now. 10-14. The energy flows. Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera. 15-10. The drive continues. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. (11-15). Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera, on a roll, finding their rhythm. The drive from Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera. 16-11. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin taking charge of this match. 17-11. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin stringing points together. Nice sequence from Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. 12-17. The force awakens. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. Relentless pressure. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. 18-12. The force multiplies. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. Full power Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. 13-18. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin in top gear. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin taking over completely. 19-13. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin turning up the pressure. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin playing with confidence. 20-13. 1 point away. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin so close. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin can seal it here. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin at set point, nerves of steel needed. 21-13. This could be it. Game point Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. Love all. Powder keg. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin and Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Bahira. 1. Love. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin getting into a rhythm. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin building nicely, with consecutive points. 1 all. Edge of the seat action. World-class quality. 2, 1. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin taking charge of this match. 2 all. The wave belongs to Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. 3, 2. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin lighting it up. The Force Awakens. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. 4, 2. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin, on a little run here. 3, 4. The energy flows. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin in overdrive. 5, 3. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin seizing control of this set. 4, 5. The tide has turned. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin in command. 5 all. Nice sequence from Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Bahira. 6, 5. Absolutely dominant. Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Bahira. Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Bahira turning up the pressure. 7, 5. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin finding consistency now. Consecutive points for Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin. 6, 7. Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Bahira absolutely flying. Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Bahira, on fire. 7 all. Good run for Jatin Rawat, and, Manas Bahira. 8, 7. Mohammad Sajid, and, Vipin building momentum now. The energy flows. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. 8 all. The momentum monster. Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera. Peak form Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera. 9, 8. The momentum monster. Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera. Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera in the zone, absolutely flying. 9 all. Momentum shift to Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera. Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera in cruise control. 10, 9. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin taking charge of this match. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin absolutely flying. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin fully engaged. 10 all. Absolutely riveting. So close. 11, 10. Twelve, 10. This match is on a razor's edge. Both digging so deep. Can't separate them. Extraordinary badminton. 11, 12. Pure adrenaline. 13, 11. The momentum swings back and forth. 14, 11. Consecutive points for Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin getting into a rhythm. 12, 14. Unrelenting pressure from both. 15, 12. The tempo belongs to Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. 16, 12. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin finding consistency now. 17, 12. Consecutive points for Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin stringing points together. 13, 17. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin running away. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin, unstoppable. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin ruthless. 14, 17. Jatin Rawat, and Manas Behera building nicely, with consecutive points. 18, 14. Full power Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin commanding now. 15, 18. Jutin Rawat, and Manas Behira has found another gear. 19, 15. Jutin Rawat, and Manas Behira accelerating. Can anyone stop Jutin Rawat, and Manas Behira now? Jutin Rawat, and Manas Behira dominating the rallies now. The wave belongs to Jutin Rawat, and Manas Behira. 20, 16. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin so close. Match point here. 21, 16. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin has the chance to seal victory here. This could be match. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin, serving for the win. Championship point for Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. Just 1 point. Match point. This is it. Match point for Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin. Match point. Mohammad Sajid, and Vipin 1 point from victory. Match 1. Next match on court number 3, Lynette Peter Braganza and Neethuka Catton, versus Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel and Sharon Maria Paul. love all. Champions meet. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan and Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, The Whirlwind. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan vs Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 1. Love. Pride, on the line. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan vs Elizabeth Thomas. The epic unfolds. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan vs Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 1 all. The symphony starts. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan vs Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. Good run for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. Consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 2 all. Extraordinary talent. 3, 2. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan clicking into gear. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan getting into a rhythm. 3 all. Can anyone stop Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul now? Gaining steam. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul finding form. 4, 3. Consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 4 all. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan stepping up the intensity. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan showing power. 5, 4. The surge from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul in cruise control. 5 all. The surge continues. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. Peak form Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul, on a roll, finding their rhythm. 6, 5. Wave after wave from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 6 all. Pure dominance. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan dictating play. 7, 6. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan gathering steam. Nice sequence from Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. 8, 6. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan, on a little run here. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan finding consistency now. 9, 6. Points unanswered. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan dominating. Outstanding run. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan, with straight points. 10, 6. That's in a row. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan, on fire. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan cannot be stopped, straight. 11, 6. 12, 6. Ruthless display from Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan, points without reply. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan in Dreamland. Consecutive. Ruthless display from Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan, points without reply. 7, 12. The drive continues. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. 13, 7. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan pressing advantage. 8, 13. Relentless from Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan destroying. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan in the groove. The surge from Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. Can anyone stop Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan now? 9, 14. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul, on a little run here. Consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. Nice sequence from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 10, 14. Good run for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 11, 14. Outstanding run. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul, with straight points. Unstoppable, run by Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul, points. 12, 14. The Heart. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 13, 14. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul digging deeper. 15, 13. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan edges ahead, in this seesaw battle. Here we go again. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan, takes over. 16, 13. Consecutive points for Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan getting into a rhythm. 14, 16. Both warriors refusing to back down. Electric atmosphere. Dead even. 17, 14. The surge is real. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin lighting it up. 15, 17. Lead change. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin ahead now. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin edges ahead, in this seesaw battle. 16, 17. Consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 17 all. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul, on a little run here. Nice sequence from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 18, 17. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin edges in front. This is incredible. Back and forth we go. Neither player giving up. 18 all. The pendulum swings. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul in the lead. Lead swings to Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. This is thrilling. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul edges in front. This is incredible. 19, 18. High stakes. Critical moment. 20, 18. Everything riding on this. Critical. Everything on this. Critical point. 19, 20. Set point. Can Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul finish it? The moment of truth. Game point. One point away. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul so close. 20 all. Deuce, again. They just won't break. We're at deuce. This is breathtaking. 21, 20. The moment of truth. Critical. Big time point. Critical moment. Everything riding on this. Critical. 22, 20. Could be match defining. Critical. Love all. The altitude. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin and Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Divine Duel. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin and Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. crowd, on their feet. The precision surgical. 1-all. Pure synchronization matched. Spectacular, exchanges, wow. 2-1. Pure equality earned. Phenomenal, power, explosive. Pure sacrifice noble. To all. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan in control now. The momentum has swung towards Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. 3-2. The energy shift is palpable. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul surging. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul taking over completely. 3-all. The surge continues. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. The wave belongs to Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. The momentum has swung towards Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan. 4-3. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan gathering steam. 4-all. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan asserting dominance. Lynette Peter Braganza, and, Neithu Kakatan, on a roll, finding their rhythm. 5-4. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul building nicely, with consecutive points. 6-4. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul getting into a rhythm. 7-4. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Unstoppable, run by Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul, points. That's in a row. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul, on fire. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul cannot be stopped, straight. 5-7. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul rolling now. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul powering forward. 8-5. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul in cruise control. 9-5. Nice sequence from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. Consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 10-5. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul, on a little run here. Nice sequence from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and, Sharon Maria Paul. 11-5. 12, 5. What a streak! Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul, with consecutive points unanswered. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul dominating. 13, 5. Unstoppable, run by Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul, points. 14, 5. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. Points. Streak points. This is incredible. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. In a row. 15, 5. Marathon exchange. Still fighting. Still going. 16, 5. What a physical battle. 6, 16. Extended war. Neither backing down. Extended excellence. 7, 16. Consecutive points for Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan. Nice sequence from Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan. 17, 7. The wave belongs to Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul dictating play. 18, 7. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul stringing points together. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul gathering steam. Consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 19, 7. Good run for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul stringing points together. 8, 19. The surge continues. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. The rhythm is, with Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 20, 8. This could be it. Game point Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 21, 8. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul at set point, nerves of steel needed. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul within touching distance. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul just 1 point from taking this set. Love all. Players taking a moment to reset. 1. Love. Brilliant, combination deadly. Pure courage admirable. 1 all. Fantastic encounters memorable. 2. 1. Outstanding performance levels. Pure velocity, incredible. Pure trajectories perfect. 2 all. The surge is real. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethuka Kadden. 3. 2. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul pulling ahead. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul lighting it up. The energy is Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul taking over. Full power Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. Full steam Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 4. 2. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul building nicely, with consecutive points. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul gathering steam. 5. 2. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 3. 5. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul taking over completely. Gaining steam. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 6. 3. Explosive, start by Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 7. 3. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul, on a little run here. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul stringing points together. 8. 3. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul getting into a rhythm. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul gathering steam. 9. 3. Points unanswered. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul dominating. What a streak! Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul, with consecutive 10, 3. Unstoppable, run by Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul, points. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 11, 3. 12, 3. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. Unbelievable, streak, consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 13, 3. Unbelievable, streak, consecutive points for Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. What a run! Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul, with consecutive winners. 14, 3. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 4, 14. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul in overdrive. The momentum builds. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 5, 14. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan getting into a rhythm. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan clicking into gear. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan, on a little run here. 15, 5. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul destroying. Relentless from Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. Can anyone stop Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul now? 6, 15. The tide has turned. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan in command. Pure control from Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan. 7, 15. Consecutive points for Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan stringing points together. 8, 15. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan getting into a rhythm. 9, 15. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan cannot be stopped, straight. Outstanding run. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan, with straight points. 10, 15. What a streak. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan, with consecutive. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan surging ahead, with straight points. 11, 15. Unstoppable. Absolutely, unstoppable. In a row. Ruthless display from Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan, points without reply. Unbelievable, streak, consecutive points for Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan. 12, 15. What a run. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan, with consecutive winners. Unbelievable, streak, consecutive points for Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan cannot miss. Straight points. 13, 15. Resilience personified. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. Comeback artist. Elizabeth Thomas George Samuel, and Sharon Maria Paul. 16, 13. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neethu Kakatan accelerating. Gaining steam. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin. 14, 16. Perfectly balanced. The intensity. You can feel it. 15, 16. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin gathering steam. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin, on a little run here. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin building nicely, with consecutive points. 16 all. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin. 17, 16. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin cannot be stopped, straight. 17 all. The scores are tied. Who will break through? On a knife edge. What incredible tension. 18, 17. Gripping stuff. All level. They're matching each other shot for shot. Heart-stopping action. 19, 17. Could change everything. Critical. 18, 19. Both warriors refusing to back down. 20, 18. Set point. Can Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin finish it? Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin can seal it here. 19, 20. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin within touching distance. The pressure is immense. Game point. One point away. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin so close. 21, 19. One shot away from the set. The moment of truth. Game point. One point away. Lynette Peter Braganza, and Neithu Kakadin so close. Match. Next match on court number 3, Adarsh Lal Suralal and Sana Emir Hamza 1 and 4 versus Abdul Malik and Sonali Gavandi. Next match on court number 3, Gaurav Kumar Sharma and Arti Mura versus Muhammad Adnan and Neethika Katan. love all. The Crucible heats. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah vs Muhammad Adnan, and the rivalry burns. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah vs Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin. The peak. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah against Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin. Let's go. The fire starts. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah vs Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin. 1. Love. The contest begins. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah taking on Muhammad Adnan. The mythical. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah and Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah getting into a rhythm. 1, 2. Thrilling badminton. 2 all. Good run for Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin. Nice sequence from Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin stringing points together. 3, 2. Full steam Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah. The energy is Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah. 4, 2. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah stringing points together. Nice sequence from Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah. 5, 2. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah, on a little run here. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah stringing points together. 6, 2. Unstoppable, run by Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah, points. 3, 6. First impressions. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah stunning. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah in command early, on. 4, 6. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin building nicely, with consecutive points. 5, 6. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin stringing points together. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin getting into a rhythm. 6 all. That's in a row. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin, on fire. Points unanswered. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin dominating. 7, 6. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin absolutely flying. 8, 6. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah clicking into gear. 7, 8. Full throttle Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin. 8 all. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin building nicely, with consecutive points. 9, 8. Can anyone stop Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah now? 10, 8. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and R.D. Murrah finding consistency now. 9, 10. Muhammad Adnan, and Neethu Kakadin seizing control of this set. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan showing power. 11, 9. Ten, 11. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan building nicely, with consecutive points. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan clicking into gear. 11 all. Consecutive points for Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan stringing points together. 12, 11. Unstoppable, run by Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan, points. That's in a row. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan, on fire. 13, 11. Unstoppable, run by Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan, points. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan cannot be stopped, straight. 14, 11. Unbelievable, streak, consecutive points for Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan. 15, 11. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan cannot miss. Straight points. Unbelievable, streak, consecutive points for Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan. 16, 11. Points without reply. Wow. 12, 16. Full steam Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan. Everything going Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan's way right now. 13, 16. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and Arti Murrah finding consistency now. 17, 13. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan in the zone, absolutely flying. 18, 13. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan, on a little run here. Nice sequence from Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan. 19, 13. Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan finding consistency now. Good run for Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan. 20, 13. This is it. Game point for Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan. 21, 13. Championship opportunity for Muhammad Adnan, and Neithu Kakatan. 1 point away. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan so close. Love all. Anticipation peaks. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murra vs Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murra, on a little run here. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murra stringing points together. 1 all. World-class athletes. 2-1. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan building nicely, with consecutive points. 3-1. Good run for Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan. Nice sequence from Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan. 4-1. What a streak. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan, with consecutive points unanswered. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan dominating. 5-1. What a streak. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan, with consecutive 6-1. Unbelievable streak, consecutive points for Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan. Ruthless display from Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan, points without reply. 2-6. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan drawing ahead early. 7-2. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan setting the agenda now. 8-2. Consecutive points for Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan finding consistency now. 3-8. The rhythm is, with Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan. 4-8. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murra finding consistency now. Good run for Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murra. 9-4. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan in full flow. 5-9. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murra building momentum now. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murra in control now. 10-5. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murra pulling ahead. 11-5. Twelve, 5. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan getting into a rhythm. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Muhammad Adnan, and, Neethu Kakatan. Consecutive points for Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan. 13, 5. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan clicking into gear. 14, 5. Outstanding run. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan, with straight points. Unstoppable, run by Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan, points. 15, 5. Outstanding run. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan, with straight points. That's in a row. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan, on fire. Points unanswered. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan dominating. 14, 5. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murray gathering steam. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murray clicking into gear. Nice sequence from Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murray. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murray finding consistency now. 15, 6. The rhythm is, with Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan. Pure class from Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan. 16, 6. Nice sequence from Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan. 7, 16. Relentless pressure. Gaurav Kumar Sharma, and, R.D. Murray. 17, 7. The surge is real. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan building momentum now. 18, 7. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan clicking into gear. 8, 18. The energy is Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan turning up the pressure. 19, 8. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan taking over. Pure control from Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan. 20, 8. The pressure. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan, serving for the match. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan has the chance to seal victory here. 21, 8. Just 1 point. Match point. History beckons. Muhammad Adnan, and, Neithu Kakatan at match point. Next match on court number 3, Parvati Nambiar and, Thanmaya Rajiv, versus, Anushree Shine and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. love all. The arena is electric. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv and Anushree shine, and, the clash begins. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv against Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. The theatre opens. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv and Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello, the hurricane. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv against Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello, the heavens. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv versus Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello divine. Here we go. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv and Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello ready to showcase their skills. The extraordinary. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv versus Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. Nice sequence from Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. 3, 1. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello finding consistency now. Nice sequence from Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. Consecutive points for Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. 4, 1. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello surging ahead, with straight points. 2, 4. Momentum shift to Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. The surge continues. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. 5, 2. First push. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello determined. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello taking charge immediately. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello staking their claim now. 3, 5. The tempo belongs to Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. 6, 3. Early propulsion. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello forward. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello announcing their arrival early. 7, 3. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello building nicely, with consecutive points. Good run for Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. 8, 3. Consecutive points for Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. 9, 3. That's in a row. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello, on fire. 10, 3. Outstanding run. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello, with straight points. Unstoppable, run by Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello, points. 11, 3. Four, 11. What a run. Anushree shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello, with consecutive winners. Points without reply. Wow. 5, 11. 12, 5. Total Control, Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello destroying. The surge from Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello accelerating. 13, 5. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello getting into a rhythm. 14, 5. Nice sequence from Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, on a little run here. 15, 5. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Outstanding run. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, with straight points. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello surging ahead, with straight points. 16, 5. What a streak. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, with consecutive. 6, 16. The force is Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. Full power Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. 17, 6. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello rampaging. 18, 6. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, on a little run here. 19, 6. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello finding consistency now. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello clicking into gear. 7, 19. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello showing power. The wave crashes. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello in command mode. 20, 7. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello can seal it here. 21, 7. Set point. Can Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello finish it? The moment of truth. Game point. This could be it. Game point Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. Love all. 1. Love. Sensational, moments breathtaking. Pure resilience stunning. 2. Love. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello gathering steam. Anushri Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello building nicely, with consecutive points. 1, 2. Pure confidence radiating. Pure entertainment. To all. Consecutive points for Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv. 3, 2. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv getting into a rhythm. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv building nicely, with consecutive points. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv finding consistency now. 4, 2. What a streak! Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv, with consecutive. 3, 4. Parvati Nambiar, and, then Maya Rajiv turning up the pressure. 4 all. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello finding consistency now. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello gathering steam. 5, 4. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. 5 all. The force is Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello destroying. 6, 5. The energy shift is palpable. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello surging. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello, on fire. 7, 5. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello gathering steam. 6, 7. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello in overdrive. 8, 6. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello taking command. 7, 8. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello showing power. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello ruthless. 9, 7. Pure control from Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. The energy shift is palpable. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello surging. 10, 7. Nice sequence from Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello finding consistency now. Good run for Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello. 11, 7. Eight, 11. Anushri Shine, and, Chanel Tiana Rebello getting into a rhythm. 12, 8. Outstanding run. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, with straight points. That's in a row. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, on fire. 13, 8. Points unanswered. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello dominating. 9, 13. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello absolutely flying. The force is Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. 15, 9. 14, 9. 15, 9. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello destroying. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello has found another gear. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, on a mission. 10, 15. The momentum builds. Parvati Nambiyar, and then Maya Rajiv. 16, 10. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, on a roll, finding their rhythm. The wave crashes. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello looking confident and composed. 17, 10. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello stringing points together. 18, 10. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello gathering steam. 19, 10. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Unstoppable, run by Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, points. 11, 19. The drive from Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. The force is Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello. 20, 11. Match point. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello 1 point from victory. Victory awaits. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello at match point. 21, 11. This could be match. Anushree Shine, and Chanel Tiana Rebello, serving for the win. 1 point away. Anushree Shine, and match, 1. Next match on court number 3, while James Nellas and Nevaya Sarah Arun, versus Mithran Murugnantham and Zoya Fatima Zafar 2. love all. The precipice reached. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun and Mithran Murugnantham, and, the crowd buzzes. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun against Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. Tornado touches down. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun vs Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. The cauldron bubbles. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun against Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya. Let's get this match started. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun facing Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya. Excellence demanded. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun vs Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. Pinnacle moment. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun and Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar here. Battle stations. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun against Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima. The charisma magnetic. 3, 1. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. 2, 3. Everything going Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar's way right now. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar dictating play. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar finding form. 3-all. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun, on a little run here. 4, 3. Momentum shift to Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. 5, 3. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar building nicely, with consecutive points. 6, 3. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar, on a little run here. 4, 6. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar destroying. 7, 4. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar seizing the initiative, early. 5, 7. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar pressing advantage. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar really heating up. 8, 5. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar finding form. 6, 8. Total control. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. Great momentum for while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun, at this crucial stage. 9, 6. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar taking over completely. 7, 9. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun looking confident and composed. 10, 7. Absolutely dominant. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. Peak form Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. 8, 10. The energy shift is palpable. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun surging. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun dominant. Crushing it. while James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun. Relentless pressure, while James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun. 9, 10. Consecutive points for while James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun gathering steam. 10 all. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun, on a little run here. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun clicking into gear. Good run for while James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun. 11, 10. Eleven all. All square. All to play for. 12, 11. Both players refusing to yield. Neither giving an inch. Absolutely gripping. 13, 11. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun gathering steam. 12, 13. Both digging so deep. They're inseparable. 13 all. Good run for Mithran Murugnantham, and Zoya Fatima Zafar. Mithran Murugnantham, and Zoya Fatima Zafar getting into a rhythm. 14, 13. What competitive spirit! Absolutely riveting. So close. 14 all. Neither backing away. (15, 14). Level pegging. This is edge of the seat stuff. The scores locked together. Trading blows. Nobody wants to blink first. 16, 14. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun clicking into gear. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun gathering steam. 15, 16. Incredible, competitive spirit. Neither will budge. Their level. Again. 17, 15. The battle continues. Fantastic rally by rally action here. (16, 17). Momentum shifts. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun, takes the lead. Twist in the tail. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun ahead. The lead changes hands. What a contest! Back and forth we go. Neither player giving up. 18, 16. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun edges ahead, in this seesaw battle. Lead change. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun ahead now. What a turnaround. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun now in front. 17, 18. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun in front. The lead changes again. 18 all. Could be match defining. Critical. Massive stakes. Critical, point. 19, 18. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun edges in front. This is, incredible. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun edges ahead, in this seesaw battle. 19 all. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar edges ahead, in this seesaw battle. Momentum shifts. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar, takes the lead. 20, 19. The moment of truth. Game point. 21, 19. The moment of truth. Critical. Everything riding on this. Critical. Love all. Honor at stake. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun and Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar go. Pure competition. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun and Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima. Good run for while James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun. 2. Love. While James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for while James Nellas, and, Nevia Sarah Arun. 3. Love. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 1, 3. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun, on a mission. 2, 3. Nice sequence from Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. 4, 2. The energy is while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun in the groove. 3, 4. Pure dominance. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar. 5, 3. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar running away. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar dominating the rallies now. 6, 3. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun gathering steam. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun, on a little run here. Consecutive points for while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun stringing points together. 4, 6. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun taking over completely. 7, 4. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun taking the early honors. Early demolition. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun ruthless. The early advantage goes to while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. Early pressure from while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun applying early pressure. 8, 4. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun finding consistency now. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun gathering steam. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun finding consistency now. 5, 8. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun dictating play. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun pressing hard. 9, 5. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun lighting it up. The force multiplies. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. 10, 5. Good run for while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. Nice sequence from while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. 6, 10. The momentum is all, with while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun powering forward. 11, 6. 7, 11. Still fighting. Still going. Breathtaking play. The crowd is, on their feet. 12, 7. Neither will give up. Extended intensity. 8, 12. Phenomenal, retrieval skills. 13, 8. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar playing, with confidence. 14, 8. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun building nicely, with consecutive points. 9, 14. The Force Awakens. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun dominating. 15, 9. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun in the zone, absolutely flying. The force multiplies. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. 10, 15. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun stepping up the intensity. 16, 10. Wave after wave from while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun rolling now. 17, 10. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun gathering steam. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun building nicely, with consecutive points. 11, 17. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun pressing hard. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun finding form. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun in the zone, absolutely flying. 18, 11. The momentum has swung towards while James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun seizing control of this set. 12, 18. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun in top gear. 13, 18. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar clicking into gear. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar stringing points together. 19, 13. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar taking charge of this match. 14, 19. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar, on fire. 15, 19. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar clicking into gear. 16, 19. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar getting into a rhythm. Mithran Murugnantham, and, Zoya Fatima Zafar building nicely, with consecutive points. 17, 19. The pressure. Critical, moment. 20, 17. The moment of truth. While James Nellas, and, Nevaya Sarah Arun one shot away. Victory awaits. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun at match point. 21-17. The moment of truth. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun one shot away. While James Nellas, and Nevia Sarah Arun has match point, can they finish it? Match. Next match on court number 3, Ashik Abula and Dilip Chandran 1, versus Paresh Mohanty and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. love all. Let the fireworks begin. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran and Paresh Mohanty, and History in the Making. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran vs Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. Determination visible. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran vs Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. The challenge unleashed. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran and Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. The monumental. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran against Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. The quest starts. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran and Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. Envelope pushed. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran vs Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal go. Brilliance expected. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran vs Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. Infinity beckons. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran facing Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. Match underway between Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran and Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. The flashpoint. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran against Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. Let the fireworks begin. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran and Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. First serve incoming. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran vs Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. Pride, on the line. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran vs Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. Planetary collision. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran and Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal, boom. The clash begins. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran against Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. The hurricane. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran against Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. 1. Love. The contest begins. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran taking on Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. 2. Love. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran finding consistency now. Consecutive points for Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 3. Love. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran building nicely, with consecutive points. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran clicking into gear. 4. Love. Points unanswered. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran dominating. 1. 4. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran opening the throttle early. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran asserting dominance. 2. 4. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal getting into a rhythm. 5. 2. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, on fire from the start. First aura. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran powerful. 3. 5. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal finding form. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Khalid Vidal in top gear. 6, 3. Early combustion. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, explosive. 7, 3. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran finding consistency now. Consecutive points for Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 8, 3. Good run for Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran clicking into gear. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran getting into a rhythm. 9, 3. What a streak. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, with consecutive points unanswered. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran dominating. 4, 9. Total control. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 10, 4. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran showing power. The surge is real. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 11, 4. Twelve, 4. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran gathering steam. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran getting into a rhythm. 13, 4. Consecutive points for Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 14, 4. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran cannot be stopped, straight. Unstoppable, run by Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, points. 5, 14. The drive from Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. The momentum monster. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 15, 5. Full throttle Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran playing, with confidence. The wave belongs to Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 16, 5. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran finding consistency now. 17, 5. Nice sequence from Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 6, 17. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran pressing advantage. The surge is real. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 18, 6. Absolutely dominant. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 7, 18. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran, on a mission. 8, 18. Paresh Mohanty, and, Ramzan Kaliate Vidal clicking into gear. Paresh Mohanty, and, Ramzan Kaliate Vidal finding consistency now. Nice sequence from Paresh Mohanty, and, Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. 19, 8. The Momentum Monster. Paresh Mohanty, and, Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. Pure Dominance. Paresh Mohanty, and, Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. 20, 8. This is it. Game point for Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran. 21, 8. The moment of truth. Game point. The pressure is immense. Game point. Championship opportunity for Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran. Love all. First point up for grabs. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran vs Paresh Mohanty, and, Ramzan Kali. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran gathering steam. Good run for Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran. 2. Love. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran clicking into gear. 3. Love. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran cannot be stopped, straight. That's in a row. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran, on fire. 4. Love. Outstanding run. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran, with straight points. 5. Love. Points. Streak points. This is, incredible. 1, 5. Powerful opening by Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran. 6, 1. Good start for Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran here. Early proof. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran undeniable. 7, 1. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran finding consistency now. 2, 7. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran making themselves heard now. Early warning issued. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran heated. 8, 2. The surge from Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran. Can anyone stop Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran now? 9, 2. Good run for Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran. 3, 9. Wave after wave from Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran. Ashik Abula, and, Dilip Chandran has found another gear. 10, 3. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran running away. Full power Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 4:10. Full steam Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran dominant. 5:10. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal getting into a rhythm. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal gathering steam. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal clicking into gear. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal gathering steam. 11:5. (12:5). Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal in the groove. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal surging ahead. 6:12. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal, on fire. 13:6. Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal surging ahead. The force of Paresh Mohanty, and Ramzan Kaliate Vidal. 14:6. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran finding consistency now. Good run for Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 7:14. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran really heating up. Flow going to Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 15:7. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran rolling now. Full throttle Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. Great momentum for Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, at this crucial stage. Crushing it. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, on fire. 16:7. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, on a little run here. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran getting into a rhythm. 8:16. The momentum has swung towards Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, unstoppable. 17:8. The force is Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, on a roll, finding their rhythm. Great momentum for Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, at this crucial stage. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran taking command. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, on the charge. 9-17. Unbelievable, athleticism. The fitness battle. 18-9. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran dominating. The rhythm is, with Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran. 19-9. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran gathering steam. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran clicking into gear. 10-19. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran, unstoppable. 20-10. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran has the chance to seal victory here. The moment of truth. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran one shot away. 21-10. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran within touching distance of victory. 1 point away. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran at match point. History beckons. Ashik Abula, and Dilip Chandran at match point. 21-14. Set point for Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and can they close it out? Love all. The wait is over. Nijo John Matthew, and Crystal Kalau and Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, the passion shows. Pure force devastating. 2. Love. Consecutive points for Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and 3. Love. Nice sequence from Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and 1-3. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and has found another gear. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and on the charge. 4-1. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and looking focused, and it shows. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and showing class from the start. 5-1. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and getting into a rhythm. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and on a little run here. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and clicking into gear. 2-5. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and breaking clear early. 6-2. First moves belong to Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and sounding the alarm early. 3-6. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundhi Sudhir Shanwoy, and hitting the gas early. Early declaration. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and bold. 7-3. Early brilliance from Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and 8-3. Good run for Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and gathering steam. 9-3. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and building nicely, with consecutive points. 10-3. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and surging ahead, with straight points. Outstanding run. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and with straight points. 11-3. Twelve, 3. Unstoppable, run by Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and points. What a streak. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and with consecutive. 4-12. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and taking flight. 13-4. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and in command mode. 14-4. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and on a little run here. 15-4. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and finding consistency now. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and stringing points together. 5-15. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and destroying. The force multiplies. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and 16-5. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and rolling now. 6-16. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and showing power. 17-6. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and dominating. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and pressing advantage. Relentless pressure. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and 18-6. Good run for Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and 19-6. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and clicking into gear. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and on a little run here. 26. 1 point away. Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhir Shinwoy, and at match point. Can Khalil Ibrahim, and Sundi Sudhirshan Woy, and, close it out. Match point. 21-6. Just 1 point. Match point. It all comes down to this. Match point. Match, 1. Next match on court number 3, Jacob Thomas and, Seption Dwi Mulyana 1, versus, Akshay Anand and, Shivasankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. love all. The storm breaks. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana and Akshay Anand, and, the crescendo. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana vs Akshay Anand, and, Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, wow. Akshay Anand, and, Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash building nicely, with consecutive points. Akshay Anand, and, Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, on a little run here. 1, 2. Fantastic stamina endless. The crowd is loving this. 2-all. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana stringing points together. 3, 2. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana getting into a rhythm. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana, on a little run here. 4, 2. Points unanswered. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana dominating. Outstanding run. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana, with straight points. 3, 4. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana rampaging. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana pulling ahead. The momentum is all, with Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana. 5, 3. The wave crashes. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana, on the charge. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana, on a mission. 4, 5. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana fully engaged. The surge is real. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana in top gear. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana taking flight. Peak form Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana. 6, 4. Blazing form from Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana taking command. Everything going Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana's way right now. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana owning this. The push from Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana. Everything going Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana's way right now. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana in overdrive. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana in control now. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana surging ahead. Great momentum for Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Mulyana, at this crucial stage. The tide has turned. Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Mulyana in command. 7, 4. Wow! The exchanges are incredible. 8, 4. The rally never ends. Still they fight? 5, 8. Pure endurance test. The rally goes on and on. 6, 8. That was epic. Both players exhausted but determined. Unreal perseverance. Long, grueling exchanges, testing both players' endurance. 7, 8. The points are getting longer, both players digging deep. What an exchange. Both players showing incredible stamina. Incredible patience and athleticism on display. Unreal fitness on display. The intensity never drops. Wow! The exchanges are incredible. 9, 7. The rally goes on and on. 8, 9. Marathon exchange. Nine all. Exchange of the tournament. Absolutely sensational. The rally never ends. Ten, 9. Rally of the day. Incredible length. What warriors! What stamina! 10 all. What a tight contest. Every point matters now. 11, 10. Twelve, 10. Consecutive points for Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Mulyana. Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Mulyana gathering steam. 13, 10. Good run for Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Mulyana. Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Mulyana gathering steam. 11, 13. Heart-stopping action. Fantastic rally by rally action here. 14-11. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana in cruise control. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana in winning mode. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana ruthless. The force is Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana. Wave after wave from Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana. 12-14. Extended intensity. Marathon exchange. 13-14. Akshay Anand, and, Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash getting into a rhythm. Good run for Akshay Anand, and, Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash. 15-13. Back and forth we go. Neither player giving up. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana edges ahead, in this seesaw battle. Here we go again. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana, takes over. 14-15. The lead changes hands. What a contest! Lead change. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana ahead now. The pendulum swings. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana in the lead. Back and forth we go. Neither player giving up. 16-14. Exchange of the match. Absolutely breathtaking. (15-16). They're running, on fumes. These players are superhuman. Incredible. 17-15. What a turnaround. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana now in front. Twist in the tail. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana ahead. The pendulum swings. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana in the lead. 16-17. Long, grueling exchanges, testing both players' endurance. The rally stretches, on. The exchange continues. (18-16). The fitness battle. Long, grueling exchanges, testing both players' endurance. 19-16. Exhausting stuff, but neither giving in. The battle goes on. (17-19). Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana in front. The lead changes again. The lead changes hands. What a contest! 20-17. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption DWI Muliana has game point, the pressure is on. One shot away from the set. Set point. Can Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana finish it? 21-17. One shot away from the set. Crucial moment. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana serving for the set. Set point. Can Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana finish it? One shot away from the set. Love all. The fire starts. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana vs Akshay Anand and Shivasankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash. The Cosmos watches. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana against Akshay Anand and Shiv. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana finding consistency now. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana building nicely, with consecutive points. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana getting into a rhythm. 2. Love. Good run for Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana gathering steam. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana stringing points together. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana finding consistency now. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana stringing points together. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana on a little run here. Consecutive points for Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana finding consistency now. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana stringing points together. Consecutive points for Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana on a little run here. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana building nicely, with consecutive points. Consecutive points for Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana. Good run for Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana. Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana stringing points together. Consecutive points for Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana. Good run for Jacob Thomas and Seption DWI Muliana. 1, 2. The energy is Jacob Thomas, and Seption DWI Muliana. Jacob Thomas, and Seption DWI Muliana seizing control of this set. 2-all. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash building nicely, with consecutive points. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash, on a little run here. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash stringing points together. 3-2. Wave after wave from Jacob Thomas, and Seption DWI Muliana. Jacob Thomas, and Seption DWI Muliana, on a roll, finding their rhythm. 4-2. Jacob Thomas, and Seption DWI Muliana building nicely, with consecutive points. 3-4. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash, on fire. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash really heating up. The force awakens. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. 4-all. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash stringing points together. Nice sequence from Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash, on a little run here. 5-4. Jacob Thomas, and Seption DWI Muliana, unstoppable, at the moment. 5-all. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash, unstoppable. Pure control from Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. 6-5. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash in the zone, absolutely flying. 6-all. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash, on the charge. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash accelerating. 7-6. The force is Jacob Thomas, and Seption DWI Muliana. Jacob Thomas, and Seption DWI Muliana, on a mission. 7-all. The energy flows. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash lighting it up. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash, unstoppable. The momentum monster. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. 8-7. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash building nicely, with consecutive points. Nice sequence from Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. 8-all. The momentum is all, with Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. 9-8. The momentum train. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash in control now. 10-8. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariatu Jayaprakash stringing points together. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, on a little run here. 11, 8. Nine, 11. Nice sequence from Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash building nicely, with consecutive points. Consecutive points for Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash finding consistency now. 12, 9. Outstanding run. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, with straight points. That's in a row. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, on fire. 10, 12. Point for point. What an intense battle. The intensity. You can feel it. 13, 10. Pure control from Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash dominant. 14, 10. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash building nicely, with consecutive points. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, on a little run here. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash clicking into gear. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash finding consistency now. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash, on a little run here. Akshay Anand, and Shiv Asankar Ariyatu Jayaprakash building nicely, with consecutive points. 11, 14. Sensational. The fitness levels are phenomenal. What lung capacity? These players are superhuman. Incredible. 12, 14. They're both hurting. Still fighting. Still going. How are they still going? Phenomenal, fitness. Still going. Amazing. 13, 14. Marathon stuff. Who will blink first? Unreal perseverance. 15, 13. Epic rally. Just epic. Extended excellence, on court. 14, 15. These players are superhuman. Incredible. 15 all. Extended excellence. Unreal perseverance. (16, 15). Breathtaking play. The crowd is, on their feet. The exchange continues. (16 all). They won't stop running. The fitness shines through. Back and forth they go. What resilience. Unbelievable, athleticism. 17, 16. What warriors. What stamina. Grueling exchange. 17 all. These players are superhuman. Incredible. Still going. Amazing. Rally of rallies. Unbelievable. How long can they keep this up? 18, 17. Extended combat. Rally of the day. Incredible, length. Unreal fitness, on display. 18 all. Rally for the ages. The rally rages, on. Neither will give up. (19, 18). They're chasing everything. That was epic. Both players exhausted but determined. Sensational. The fitness levels are phenomenal. 19 all. The shuttle keeps coming back. Extended excellence. (20, 19). Everything riding on this. Critical. All or nothing. Critical point. Huge moment. Critical point. 20 all. All square at deuce. Thrilling. We're at deuce. This is breathtaking. Level at, deuce. What a contest. 21-20. This point could decide it. Critical. Big time point. Critical, moment. The moment of truth. Critical. 21 all. Deuce. They're refusing to separate. Level at, deuce. The battle continues. All tied up. Deuce. Magnificent. Deuce, again. They just won't break. (22, 21). High stakes. Critical, moment. The big point. Critical. Massive point. Could be decisive. Could be match defining. Critical. 22 all. We've got, deuce, again. Unbelievable. All square at, deuce. Thrilling. We're at, deuce. This is breathtaking. Deuce. The nerves are jangling. Deuce, situation. Who will crack first? 23, 22. Akshay Anand, and, Shivasankar Ariyattu Jayaprakash so close. Match point here. Just 1 point. Match point. This is it. Match point for Akshay Anand, and, Shivasankar Ariyattu Jayaprakash. Just 1 point. Match point. Akshay Anand, and, Shivasankar Ariyattu Jayaprakash within touching distance of victory. Just 1 point. Match point. 23 all. Deuce. The nerves are jangling. All tied up. Deuce. Magnificent. We're at, deuce. Pure drama. 24, 23. Everything, on this. Critical, point. Crunch time. Critical, point ahead. 24 all. Deuce. This is edge of the seat stuff. Deuce. The pressure is immense. We're at, deuce. This is breathtaking. 25, 24. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana so close. Match point here. The pressure. Jacob Thomas, and, Seption Dwi Muliana, serving for the match. Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Muliana so close. Match point here. History beckons. Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Muliana at match point. 25 all. All tied up. Deuce. Magnificent. Level pegging. Deuce. Wow. Deuce, again. They just won't break. We're at deuce. Pure drama. Deuce. This is championship badminton. We're at deuce. Pure drama. Level at deuce. The battle continues. 26, 25. The pressure. Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Muliana, serving for the match. The moment of truth. Jacob Thomas, and Seption Dwi Muliana one shot away. 27, 25. The pressure. Critical moment. Could change everything. Critical. Match 1. Next match on court number 3, Anas Rahman and Yingfang Zhou versus Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir 3. love all. Critical, mass. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou and Hashim Mohammed, and, Glory beckons. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou facing Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir. Summit reached. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou vs Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir clicking into gear. 1, 2. Phenomenal, power, explosive. What a spectacle we're witnessing. 2-all. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou building nicely, with consecutive points. 3, 2. Gaining steam. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir playing, with confidence. 4, 2. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir getting into a rhythm. 3, 4. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou powering forward. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou finding form. 5, 3. 4, 5. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir in control now. 6, 4. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir dictating play. 5, 6. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou in cruise control. 6-all. Good run for Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. 7, 6. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou clicking into gear. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou getting into a rhythm. 7-all. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou, on fire. 8, 7. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou surging ahead. 8-all. Crushing it. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. 9, 8. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou in the zone, absolutely flying. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou fully engaged. 10, 8. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou stringing points together. 9, 10. The force of Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou finding form. 10-all. Consecutive points for Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir. 11, 10. 11 all. Nice sequence from Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir building nicely, with consecutive points. 12, 11. Unrelenting pressure from both. 12 all. Can't separate them. Extraordinary badminton. 13, 12. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir clicking into gear. 13 all. Both players at their absolute best. 14, 13. Consecutive points for Anas Rahman and Yingfang Zhou. 14 all. Fight to the finish. 15, 14. The tension builds. Neck and neck. The tension is palpable. 15 all. The tension builds. 16, 15. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir getting into a rhythm. Nice sequence from Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir. 17, 15. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir building nicely, with consecutive points. 18, 15. What a streak! Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir, with consecutive. Outstanding run. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir, with straight points. 19, 15. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Unstoppable run by Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir, points. 16, 19. Everything going Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir's way right now. 20, 16. Championship opportunity for Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir. 17, 20. 1 point away. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir so close. Championship opportunity for Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir. 21, 17. Set point. Can Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir finish it? Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir just 1 point from taking this set. This is it. Game point for Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir. Game point. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir 1 point away. Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir at set point, nerves of steel needed. This is it. Game point for Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir. Love all. Celestial combat. Anas Rahman and Yingfang Zhou and Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir. The rivalry ignites. Anas Rahman and Yingfang Zhou vs Hashim Mohammed and Sana Emir. Anas Rahman and Yingfang Zhou gathering steam. Anas Rahman and Yingfang Zhou stringing points together. 1 all. The feel exquisite. Pure endurance marathon. 2, 1. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou pulling ahead. The tide has turned. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou in command. 3, 1. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou, on a little run here. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou building nicely, with consecutive points. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou stringing points together. 4, 1. Consecutive points for Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. 5, 1. What a streak. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou, with consecutive points unanswered. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou dominating. 2, 5. Quick points for Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. 6, 2. First base. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou established. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou taking charge immediately. 3, 6. Fast and furious start by Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou showing class from the start. 7, 3. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou taking charge right away. 8, 3. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou clicking into gear. 4, 8. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou, on fire. The surge continues. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. 9, 4. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou pressing advantage. The surge is real. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. 5, 9. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou in top gear. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou really heating up. 10, 5. The surge from Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou in control now. 6, 10. Momentum shift to Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir in command mode. 11, 6. Seven, 11. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir getting into a rhythm. Good run for Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir. 12-7. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir in overdrive. Absolutely dominant. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir. The tempo belongs to Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir in command mode. Pure dominance. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir. Everything going Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir's way right now. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir pressing advantage. 10-14. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir surging ahead. 11-14. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir clicking into gear. 15-11. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir, on the charge. 16-11. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou clicking into gear. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou getting into a rhythm. 17-11. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou building nicely, with consecutive points. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou, on a little run here. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou stringing points together. 12-17. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou, on a roll, finding their rhythm. The drive continues. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou. 18-12. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou rampaging. The momentum builds. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou. 13-18. Blazing form from Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou. 19-13. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou absolutely flying. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou, unstoppable, at the moment. 14-19. Great momentum for Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir, at this crucial stage. Everything going Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir's way right now. 15-19. Consecutive points for Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir. 16-19. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir stringing points together. Hashim Mohammed, and Sana Emir getting into a rhythm. 17-19. Could change everything. Critical. 18-19. Everything riding on this. Critical. 20-18. Set point. Can Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou finish it? 21-18. Anas Rahman, and Yingfang Zhou within touching distance. The moment of truth. Game point. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou has game point, the pressure is, on. Love all. The blend ideal. The competition fierce. 1. Love. Consecutive points for Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou clicking into gear. 2. Love. Consecutive points for Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou gathering steam. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou building nicely, with consecutive points. 1, 2. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou asserting dominance. 2-all. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir gathering steam. 3, 2. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir getting into a rhythm. 3-all. Full power Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir. Pure momentum Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir taking command. 4, 3. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou stringing points together. Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou gathering steam. Good run for Anas Rahman, and, Yingfang Zhou. 4-all. Hashim Mohammed, and, Sana Emir in control now.